Okay, what's going on, everybody? The search for car parts continues with attempt number 4, part 5 of my winter car. How's everybody doing? Apologies for being just a smidge late today. That's on me. My friends decided to show up at my house with a snow brush and clean my roof. And I'm like, you don't need to do this. I'll do it. And they're like, no, we got a new snow brush. We want to use it. I'm like, all right. I have many friends, Flykin. I have many friends all over the place. I also have friends that bring me toolboxes. I also got to clean the shop a little bit today. Yep, so that's good. What's going on, everybody? How about that Ship 39 roll? It's pretty good. Yeah, I got to cleaning up a lot of trash in the shop today. Yeah, good stuff. But we're here for winter cars, so let's do this. Now, where's your stack of tool module covers? I put it up on the shelf. What's going on, YouTube? How you guys doing over there? Matt's, how you doing? Rarest, what's going on? Yeah, so now my roof's clean. Oh, I also had a gas leak last night. You know, that's good. Yeah. You know, gas. It's fine. It actually wasn't a gas leak, to be very clear. I just wanted to get your attention. No, what happened was my snow last night. So you guys know that I stopped the stream early last night, right? I stopped the stream early because, you know, I stopped at like 8:30. That's early for me, right? And I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go down to the house. I'm gonna hang out. So we were trying to run the dishwasher, right? And the dishwasher, like I was washing dishes. You got to rinse the dishes to run the dishwasher, right? So I was in the sink, and I turned on the hot water, and that water got hot for a second, and then it got cold, right? And I'm like, okay, switch it cold to hot again. Got hot for a second, and then got cold, and then got hot for a second again, and then went ice cold. And I'm like, uh-oh, water heater's not happy, right? So I went downstairs in the basement, and I walked into the workroom and immediately smelled gas, and I was like, oh, that's gas. That's great. Great. Lovely. So I shut the gas. There's valves that go to the furnace and my water heater, and I shut the gas valve off, right? And then I opened up the bulkhead and put a fan out and vented all of it. And then my hot water heater has a purge system in it. You can purge the entire system with atmosphere. So I went to purge it, and it started making funny noises. And I'm like, Okay, so I have a water heater that uses atmosphere to heat and cool. Right? So it has an intake that goes up out the side of the house, and then an exhaust that goes up and outside of the house. So I went to purge the system, and I'm like, okay, that's not doing what it should. So what happened was, in the backyard, it turns out that snow fell off the roof and clogged the intake pipe. There's so much snow on the freaking roof, it fell, made a pile of snow, and that blocked the intake. And because without any oxidizer to light the pilot light on the water heater, it snuffed the flame, and that's why we lost hot water. Yeah, good times. So yeah, that was fun. That was fun to fix. So I had to go into the backyard, and I had cleaned the vents. I cleaned them because I know this can happen, right? And yeah, I found a nice big pile of snow. So I was out at like 11:30 at night shoveling snow in my backyard because I couldn't get a snowblower near it. Cleaned off the vents. System works. So yeah, we're good. Called my plumber just in case. He said he agreed with me, so there you go. Mutter, you want to hear something messed up? It's on a snorkel. It's not like the vent just tees out. It goes up, and then the pipe, it goes out and up and then curls over. We have so much snow on the ground, it blocked it. Yeah, great. So, yeah. So, to get away from that real life, we're going to play a game about wintertime. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, and that's why I was late, because I was like, you know what, let's just get all the snow off of the roof. My buddies were like, yeah, all right, we'll be by, sometime in the morning, and they showed up at noontime. So of course,
Discovery.
Of course that happens. Why wouldn't it? Hang on, I gotta fix the green screen. I gotta fix the green screen. There we go. There we go. Put the other chair behind it. Let's go over here like this. Let's go over here like this. My immersion. So yeah, that's how. Hey Chris, 66 months resub. That's how my life has been going since I last saw you. Winter. It'll be fun, they said. It'll be a winter wonderland, they said. Where were we? What were we doing? How many parts do we have? Do we have the coveralls on? We do. Okay, cool. Oh, hello. Yeah, we are still missing a lot of parts. Okay, cool. Our pets' heads are falling off! Had it with this dump. Alright. Motor looks good. We're still missing some parts, but the motor looks good. We do have some cash. And what? What the hell is this? Grill cover? Oh. You could put a piece of cardboard in front of the radiator to get the radiator to warm up. Grill cover. I love it. That's a thing. That's a thing that you do in real life when it gets cold. Yep. You put a piece of cardboard in front of it. Yep. That's cool that that was added since the last time we played. What's the axle that we have? CA. Oy. The snowdrifts long balls around my house are almost as tall as me. So, yeah, great. Great, love it. If summer car, if we had that amount of snow in winter car right now, the snow would be about up to that hedgerow. Yeah. Only getting 18 more, no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, and the Arian snowblower broke. It's not shifting, and the wheels are locked up. So that's great. Something is wrong with the linkage. So that's good. Tractor's full of wood down by the mailboxes. Yeah, and we have a sewage tank job to do in Lope. You are double clutching like you should. Yep. I do believe the only form of transportation we have out here... Oh no, I have the Talbot out here, but we won't drive the Talbot because the Talbot sucks. What time is it? It is 1:40. Your coworker in Massachusetts got power back late last night. Oh, jeez. So, Ian, we got superbly lucky. For whatever reason, we did not lose power. Now that I said that, we'll lose power during the next snowstorm. So, you know, that's nice. Alright, so I guess we have the Talbot over there, but I've been just using that to shine lights on the log so I can chop wood. Yeah, that's right. It's because the generator is working. Just like how, you know, I said, oh yeah, I like it here. We don't get much snow. Good times. Alright, well, we'll drive this into the city then. I can't believe how fickle and delicate the U.S. grid is when faced with bad weather. I can't remember the last time my power went out here in the UK due to bad weather. You guys don't get bad weather. What's bad weather for you? A couple inches of snow? Brother, there's a meter of snow on the ground. We had 70-mile-an-hour winds and a meter of snow. Like, I don't know what you want. What power? I mean, I suppose if all of it was underground, yeah, but... I mean, dude, there are parts of the U.S. that, like Boston, that have really, really old infrastructure, you know, so... Hey, Ethan. I mean, I'm sure you guys' grid is fine, but yeah, there's like 2 centimeters of snow and everybody panics over there, Matt. So, jeez. Yeah, dude, I got a meter of snow, and we're getting another half meter next week. But there's gonna be almost like 2 meters of snow accumulated on the ground from 3 snowstorms. We get a cold breeze every now and again. Though, Badger, that last snowstorm that went through, we got it in 12 hours. We got 3 feet of snow and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Like, the snow is just going to build up on the trees, and the trees are going to fall on a power line. Thankfully, it didn't happen here. Yeah, Jim. Supposedly, we're getting another 18 inches next Tuesday, I think. I received good news. They found the issue with your car. It's a common cooling system issue. They're replacing the parts right now. They also glued and zip tied the washer fluid hose on so it won't come off again. Oh, there you go. Our grid is a joke. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, our grid could do with being redone, Fluffy, but could do with a lot of things, you know. It might miss us, Jim, hopefully. But anyway. Yeah, Badger, like, gotta remember, you gotta think about where a lot of the U.S. grid is. Like, you get earthquakes in California, you get tornadoes in the Midwest, you get hurricanes in the southeast, and you get blizzards up here in the northeast and north. Actually, the Midwest gets way worse snowstorms than this. Yeah. I don't have anything. I don't really have anything against above ground power lines. You know, that's fine with me. Oh, nice, Sawyer. There you go. But yeah, I mean, Badger, like, the other thing to think about, dude, is that the population density east of the Mississippi River is pretty much on par with like the UK's population density. So like, or just Western Europe. Like, dude, we're talking about an area that's gigantic, you know. And I'm not saying that Western Europe isn't gigantic either. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, yeah, the power grid is very vast. Like, the infrastructure is crazy across the entire United States. Like, not all of it gets maintained, you know, because it's such a freaking big system. Like, it's something to take into account, you know. It's just a lot of ground to cover. It's a big freaking country. Anyway, yeah, man. Snow. We had between 18 and 20 C the last 2 days. Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, crap. Is the rally race running? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, let's take the back roads. Wait, what time is it? Yeah, 2. Yeah, the rally race is definitely running. Hey, Bone Sister. I gotta credit you guys, we have it easy. Just saying, you would think an economy like the U.S. we would invest in power that was more resilient to the weather that you guys get. Yeah, that's usually the case, dude, but Badger, like, to be 100% honest with you, we're not kitted out. There are other parts of the U.S. that are designed to take, like, 5, 6, 7 feet of snow, no problem, right? We're not really kitted out for 3 feet of snow in one day. Like, our infrastructure is, like, it can snow about a foot here, 2 feet, no problem. Once you get past 2 feet, that's when our infrastructure it's not really built for that. Because this was kind of a one-off thing. You only get snowstorms like this every 40, 50 years, right? Like, yeah, we are not kitted to deal with something this big. And Massachusetts usually deals with snow. We deal with a lot of snow. But, yeah, dude, crazy. I mean, other parts of the country, I don't know, it varies, dude. Like, dude, this storm that we had was like an absolute perfect storm. Like, it was nuts. I'd never shoveled snow in a hurricane blizzard before. It was crazy. But yeah, man, we're not... Yeah, this was... The reason why this storm was such a big deal is because it's kind of a one-off thing. I heard about that, Sneaky, yeah. The other thing is that we don't have any... I mean, Badger, we don't have any federalized power system. Every state has its own power system. You know what I mean? Every state has its own kind of grid. You know, it's up to the states to generate power. So you have 50 different grids. You know? Not saying that's good or a bad thing. There's no federal power system. There's a rally car. You get 2 inches of snow in England and it's carnage. Yeah, dude. Bro, I got 3 feet. 3 feet the other day. Actually, it was close to 3 feet. It was, yeah, for all intents and purposes, about 3 feet. We got like 31 or 32 inches, which is like this close to 3 feet. Accumulated snow from the 2 feet of snowstorm we got 2 weeks ago, and this one, there's easily over 3 to 4 feet of snow on the ground. Like, and it is wet snow. Because we've had a couple of days above freezing now, so now everything is just a slushy mess. It sucks. The drifts right now are about 5 feet. KC, yeah, it's a lot of snow. This is a lot of snow for New England. Like, we're not really tooled for this kind of snow. And like I said, I never lost power. Whoever's running the power grid did a good job. I'm not looking forward to going back to Kalamazoo. Giant mud slush bucket. Yeah, Erna, it is. So, get this, fellas. New England is going to get... Right now, we're above freezing. In the next couple of days, are going to be above freezing. And then Canada got all bent out of shape because they didn't win the gold medal in hockey. So they're going to send us some absolutely freezing freaking air. I think it's going to be 15 Fahrenheit on Sunday, and then a gigantic snowstorm. So you know what happens? So let's go physics time here. You know what happens when water gets above freezing and then immediately goes below freezing again? Terra free, enjoy. Yeah, it's gonna turn everything into a skating rink. So I got that going for me. I have my pickaxe ready to go. I hope you like mud. Exactly, Jim. Yeah. We've had a couple of days above freezing or kind of on par where we should be. And oh, dude, it's already turning into a slush box out there. I admit the Duncan's mod better than modern day Timmy's. Old, yeah. Old school Timmy's is good. But yeah, man. Crazy amounts of snow. Well, yeah, I never lost power, dude. And that's probably the last time I'm gonna say it, because now I've said it 3 times, and now I'm really worried because we got another snowstorm coming. We're gonna lose power again. But you know, generator is operable, so not too worried about that. Stream just cuts out, for real. This is live, floor crawler. Yes, we're live. Most of the power, comes down to the states. It's operated. It is operated at the national level. Each region has their own power authority and maintenance. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that freaking taxi. I forgot about that thing. Ew. I guess we're gonna have to keep doing it just so we can build up some freaking to supplement the unemployment, but yeah. It's not running, no. My wife has discovered the joys of air frying. I told you, don't you dare put steaks in there. She looked at me with a disgusted look and said, I'm not an absolute moron. You don't put steaks in here. Why the heck? Who the heck would do that? If I caught anybody doing that, they would go straight to jail. Yes, yes. Did you put the cement bags in the trunk? Nope, I did not. All right, so empty that sewage tank. I do believe what happened here is that we went to pump that sewage tank and we couldn't pump it because the truck filled up. Truck is completely full of poop. Bro, steak it. Don't air fry steak. What's wrong with you? Don't do that. 16, don't get any funny ideas. Okay? All right, we also got to check our bills here. Yeah, I forgot I was doing the taxi jobs too. I charged one guy like an exorbitant amount of cash. We'll see if it gets paid out. I do, if I'm remembering correctly, it gets paid out on Tuesday, I think is what somebody said. Air frying a steak is only acceptable at Mach 3. Fair. Stakeholder expectations. Yep. Okay, phone works. Ah. What's going on next door? Anybody getting drunk? Nope. No culpa. 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 make a trip over to the shops there. I think that's one of the rally cars that was parked. What time is it? A little after 4. 4:15. Oh, I also fixed my oven yesterday, where our oven and our stove decided to stop working. Yeah, so we got that going for us, which is nice. No, that's not gas. It's an electric range. Was it the Element? Nope. Nope. I technically didn't fix anything. So, our range has a bottom drawer where you put pots and where you put pots and pans, right? And Rimo closed it, and one of the pots slid out the back of the stove and bonked the plug. Plug came halfway out, and then it arced between the prongs. So two of the prongs tried to weld themselves together. So that's good. So I pulled it out last night, looked at it, and saw it was halfway unplugged. Used my baseball bat to reach behind the stove, push the plug back in, and flipped it on, and then I cooked myself some food. Metal baseball bat? Oh, you know it. That's why I say stop using the drawer to store pot lids. Yeah. We put baking sheets in there. Cool. Nice, Brev. So, yeah. Good times. Is your stove a two-phase stove? I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I know it needs 240 volts for the heating element. And 110 for the clock. Utilities own the grids, however, there are reliability zones that interconnect and have control over something like half a dozen regions in the U.S. and Canada. The Cooperation North American Electric Reliability Organization oversees the zone, interconnects, and provides standards, enforces compliance, monitors generating capacities. I know all the things you didn't want to know or care about with the grid. Nice. Rock. I can tell you they really don't like it when you backfeed power into the grid. Yep. Oh, dude, this PSK has a porta potty. See? That's what that says, right? Extraterrestre prongo, yeah. I get paid yet? Siota Corti. Don't look, chat. No. New Marchetti. Whoa, what is that? Cool. I want that. Can we buy that? Everyone, I saw his pin. Let's go shopping. Just don't tell the Twitch viewers. Well, I told you not to look. Good evening, young EJ. How are you doing this fine Thursday? I'm doing all right, man. Doing okay. My house almost blew up last night in real life, so, you know, that's good. I have a tankless water heater, guys. Tankless high efficiency water heater in the house. If anybody cares, it's a Bosch T9900. Snow started melting. It fell off my roof and clogged the intake pipe for the pilot light. Good times. Yeah, so that was good. Yeah. Yikes, you bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these. We have 3 in our house. They work really well. No, it's a great water heater, but it's high efficiency, so you need to have an air intake because it stokes the pilot light that way with an air intake, and then it exhausts the air. So my water heater has an intake and an exhaust that go out the back. And snow fell off the roof right over the damn intake and clogged it. Even though it's mutter, I have it going up and then it tees down. There's so much snow that fell off the roof, and I cleaned around these things on purpose. I made it a thing to do that. So much snow fell that it went up to the intake and clogged it. So the machine, the T9900, shut everything off, but not before it leaked a little bit of gas. So yeah, started leaking gas in the house. That's great. Lovely. Love that. So I had to go dig that out, and then, I mean, I'll have you know I've played Stationeers before, so I shut the gas line off to the water heater, because with building codes in Massachusetts, you have to have a shutoff. So I manually shut off the gas to the water heater and then vented my entire basement. I vented all the heat out of the basement, so my basement got freaking sub-zero. It's freaking sub-zero. My furnace is like, what are you doing? I'm like, I have to, furnace, I'm sorry. And it's like, no, why would you do this? Did your house smell like rotten eggs? Well, the basement did. Yeah, you don't want gas pooling in the house. That's bad. Plus. Oh crap. So yeah, I evac'd everything, and I fanned I opened the bulkhead and put a fan in there and vented everything. We vented everything to atmosphere. Yeah, so I was up late fixing that, so that's good. Tell you what, I'm getting pretty sick of this snow. I'm getting pretty sick of it. Yeah, it's... Wait, your boiler doesn't heat your water? I have an on-demand water heater, Chris, so it's a furnace, that burns propane, right? And it's on demand, so I don't have a water tank. Tankless water heater. It's really nice. It's super high efficiency. It uses atmosphere to heat. It uses atmospheric air to make to combust the gas and heat up the water on demand. It's actually super cool. It's a really nice piece of equipment. The T9900s are not. It was on the house when we started. I didn't put that there. T9900s are very, 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 very nice water heaters. Yeah, you'll never run out of hot water that way. You never run out. It'll just keep heating. You're sick of the snow, then play Winter Car. I'm playing Winter Car because I said I would play Winter Car. I'm gonna get this straight. I'm sorry. Is this instant hot water? Yeah, it's an on-demand water heater. It takes, I don't know, Clayton, you turn on the faucet, probably takes about 15 seconds to get warm, and then it'll just stay warm. I can just keep heating water indefinitely. You prefer electric heaters? Or electric heaters are all... Moon. The moon's the right orientation for this latitude. That's super cool. Sorry, I dropped my groceries. Moon. Here, hold on. I wanna look at that. We gotta put the groceries inside. I wanna look at it. I noticed that the darkness is not nearly as dark. I can see a lot better at night now. Except now I see freaking power lines everywhere, and I stare at power lines. I stare at power lines too, man. Is that... Did you get the energy-tism? You may have got the energy-tism. It's possible. The moon is the correct orientation for this hemisphere. That's pretty cool. So right there. Mare Tranquillitatis, right there. That's where the Sea of Tranquility is. That's where Apollo 11 landed, right there. Apollo 17 is up there at Taurus Littrow. And I forget where the other ones. The other ones are over here. 12, 14, and 15. 12, 14, 15, 16 are over here somewhere. That's super freaking cool, dude. What the hell? Airplane. Dude, there's planes. Boop. Cool. Neat. What the heck is that? Huh. Extraterrestre bloco. Do 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 do. Dun dun. Extraterrestre bloco. Extraterrestre block?
Ja se rakeni tankki, et mä katsosin, et se et siihen ei tarvi laittaa. Komia Mersu pysähtyi tohon noin. Tom se autos kysyy, miten te siellä polttat pellolla.
You just want regular terrestre blocko? So, wouldn't that just be a wall? Because humans can't pass through walls? You want regular terrestre blocko? You want E.T. Mavans?
Muistatko sä, hei, kun mä kävin edellisellä lautavaliokunnan jäsenyyshallituksen puhelimen kokouksessa ja se päätettiin siitä, että lautavaliokunnan henkilöstö pitäisi jostain syystä jakaa kahteen ryhmään. Ensimmäinen ryhmä hoitaisi kaikki lautoihin liittyvät asiat ja toinen ryhmä hoitaisi valioon liittyvät asiat. Ja koska suuri valiokunta Suomessa on Sysmän kunta, niin ajattelin näin, että
I'm just putting groceries away.
Valioryhmän puolen jäsenistä vietäisi Sysmän tutustumisretkille ja sitten Suomen suurin lautakunta on taas Pohjois-Savon.
Oh, really nice sausages. That said it right on the package.
Kaikki lautoihin tutustuvat henkilöt. Tässä on
Eskon alakarte on täynnä makuelämyksiä. Nakkiperunat 55. Jyhäpullotti muusi 65. Viininleike 79. Lohikeitto 65. Kreikan salaatti 70. PSK Pizza Special 59. Tervetuloa!
Tervetuloa! Those are worthy of Valtteri himself.
Muhkea jättipotti 5 miljoonaa markkaa.
Question: What, Chris? You're asking what got you into spaceflight? I don't think I've ever asked you that. My dad making me when I watched the Hubble Space Telescope launch when I was younger. NASA TV. NASA TV is what did it. But that in Flight of the Navigator. Watched that when I was really young. I always thought that was really cool. Chris, it's not like this anymore, but once upon a time, NASA TV was public broadcasting, so like you could just get NASA TV with any television, right? So my earliest memories of anything that had to do with the space program were watching the Hubble servicing missions with my dad. My parents both like spaceflight, but they're not like me. So I don't know if that's what did it. I've always liked spaceships. I remember going to Kennedy Space Center visitors with my family when we went to Florida on a trip. I don't remember when it was. Hold on, let me check. I can figure out the date. The reason why I know is because at my parents' house we have Apollo 30, the 35th anniversary of Apollo 11 commemorative mugs. So that would have dated the trip. So 1969 plus 35. So that would have been 2004. So how old was I in 2004? I think I was 16 or something. 16 makes sense. Yeah. That wasn't the first time I went to KSC, though. I went to KSC. My parents, whenever we would go down to Florida, you know, we'd do it every once in a while. I think I went in like 91, 96, and some other time. Every time my parents would go to Kennedy Space Center visitors and they'd show us spaceships. I've always liked the space shuttle, as far back as I can remember, dude. I remember wanting to memorize every single thing about 39A and 39B. And I thought 39A and 39B were different launch pads when I was a lot younger, because the view from the Saturn V center made it so you were looking at 39A the rotating service structure and the fixed service structure, you were looking at it from a different angle, and it made the launch pads look different. So I thought they were different. I didn't realize they were the same pad. This was like in the late 90s or something, dude. Yeah, I've always liked space. I just didn't pursue that in school because I was not good at school, and I didn't think I was smart enough to do it at the time. And then after I graduated college, I graduated 2008 when I was 20 years old. I got a bachelor's degree when I was 20. I was like, you know what? I am smart enough for space. Screw this. Let's start learning. So that's when I really started diving back in. I mean, dude, I remember lurking on the NSF forums in the late 2000s. Like, I never logged in. I never made a username. I never posted. But I lurked those forums pretty hard back in the day. I mean, little did I know I'd end up working for them, but whatever. And, you know, I started taking a lot of time learning about space and stuff, just that, like, for fun on the side. And then Kerbal came out, and that was the end of that. Yeah, that's, kind of sealed the deal. So how did I get into space? The earliest thing I can tell you is that watching NASA TV, watching the Hubble servicing missions and the Hubble Space Telescope launch in the early 90s. I was like 3 or 4. That's like the earliest memory that I have of space flight. Watching it with my dad. And then Flight of the Navigator too, because NASA's in that as well. How's the snow situation? It's alright, dude. I did see a shuttle launch in person. I saw STS-116 and STS-117. Yep. I watched STS-116 right after I moved to Florida. And I watched it off my back porch. Yep. I watched it launch from my back porch in my apartment in Winter Park. I showed you guys that the other day. Cheers, I thought you were older than me. I am 37. Drew. I'm 37. I'm hardly old. Yours was watching the Space Camp film. Fun fact, the first movie that me and Brimo watched together was Space Camp. I'm 1 year older than you. All right. Wait, you thought I was older? What the hell, man? What the heck is that? What the heck's that about? Ooh, time for bed. Nice. So, like, my family's always like aviation. My dad likes aviation. He's kind of he's a little bit of a plane nut too, and he loves the space program. My dad was a machinist. He worked for aerospace companies in Massachusetts, machining oil pumps for the F-22 and the F-23. So he's a little bit of a plane nut too. My dad has the machinistism. He can make any part on any machine with any tool. Yeah, he's got the machine tools tism. I don't. That's something I just don't have. You know? You look good for 37. I thought that you were a little younger than that, 34. Oh, all right, that's good. No, not Pratt & Whitney. It was a subcontractor, duh. I'm 40. You just recall a lot of the shuttle missions like you were there for them. Funny, I'm a machinist that has built parts for Blackhawks. Yeah, exactly, Drew. Like, we all did. Spaceflight nerds you have to be a particular type. You have to have a particular type of tism to be a spaceflight nerd. You know, it is what it is. What kind of machines he run? Anything. My dad probably can't run the newer machines that run the G-code Coltech, but he could. So my dad was the guy hand machining parts on like Bridgeports in the 70s, in the 80s. Common sense, your grandfather was a civil servant, retired Air Force at Shepherd Air Force Base. I got to be on the runway several times when they were transporting the shuttle from the West Coast to the East Coast. Nice, dude. Part of one of my goals for the shop is to get a Bridgeport mill. and run it and have my dad teach me how to use that because he knows how to use a Bridgeport. He can machine stuff, dude. He's real good at it. You shouldn't have said that. Oh, don't do that. Don't. Shit. Anyway, Angry Butcher. Last night I flipped the sorbet and I couldn't write it. By the house is in the lower left corner. I had full white fatigue bar and no thirst. I walked all the way back to the parents' house, nearly blacked out several times, and the thirst bar hit red as you got to the door. Jeez. Yeah, Fluffy, there you go. Yours was either Dart, Inspiration 4, or Artemis 1, depending on how you count. Artemis 1 is probably the most important one of those two. Yep. Yep. No, space is freaking cool, dude. I love spaceships, dude. Like, I might lean hot and heavy into like Factorio and stuff like nowadays and playing Winter Car and stuff, hunting for car parts and working in the shop and stuff. But guys, I live and breathe spaceflight. I read something about space every day. Whether it's like a technical report or, you know, even like as crappy as social media is, there's a lot of good information out there on X. You just got to know where to look for it. Like, or on any type of social media. You just, yeah. Like, aerospace companies post about, sorry, emptying all the cough drops from one bag to another. So, like, aerospace companies post all kinds of cool stuff on social media all the time. You know? Bridgeport with a proto track turns it into a conventional CNC machine. It's cool. Yeah, you're gonna get a notice for a 1,000-pound 48 by 48 pallet. Yeah, give me a freaking break. Yeah, dude, I gravitate towards this stuff, dude. It's super freaking cool. Spaceflight's awesome, man. I love airplanes. I love spaceships. Like, it's good stuff. So yeah, Chris, that's how that all kind of played out. I remember in the one of the times we went down to Florida, one of those KSC trips I was telling you guys about, I got a model, like a little model of the Saturn V, and I was obsessed with it. Like, this was like in the early 90s when I was like 5 or 6, and I loved that thing. It's so, dude, I was just mesmerized by it. Like, according to my dad, that and a space shuttle toy were the only toys that I played with for like months. He's like, I got you all these damn Hot Wheels cars. All you do is play with the damn space shuttle. I'm like, 'cause it's a spaceship, Dad. I love spaceships. He's like, yeah, all right, whatever. I bought you all these other damn things too, you schmuck. I'm like, okay, Daddy. You know, like. Late arrival has a winter car. Good, Dan. Good. Yeah, dude, Oh, we already had this Marchetti. Ah, crap. Oh, sweating. So, yeah, dude, that's kind of how I did it. I've always liked space. It's always been, like, my favorite thing. It makes me happy. Like, I don't know if I was, like, an aerospace engineer in the past life or something. Like, if you believe in that, like, I have this weird, I don't know, man. It just makes me happy. I couldn't tell you why. It's been like that for years, decades. Does EJ have 480 volts in the shop? No. I have 240 out here, but no 240 outlets hooked up. Sounds like me as a kid went straight for the airplane and space toys. Yeah. Oh, there's also one Lego set that my parents could never afford. That I saw at a friend's house that also made me like space a lot. It's Lego 6991. It was the space train, because I love trains and I love space. So Lego had this kit that they released in the late 80s. And it was a space train. And yeah, I saw that at a friend's house and I thought that was the coolest freaking thing around. And that also contributed. Yeah, if you're my age, you know. That, if you had that, that's like the Cadillac of Lego kits for like early 90s kids. Yeah, I wanted one. My dad's like, we're not buying that. It's like $50. We're not buying that. It's too expensive. My dad and mom were like, we're not getting that for you. You're going to play with it once. I'm like, no. I love trains. Yep. And space. I don't know, Bio, maybe. Sneaky, I have the Mars base. Yeah, it's at my parents' house. I have the Mars Lego with the pneumatic tubes and the pump. Yeah, Lego Mars, dude. I bought that when that came out. My parents got it for me. Lego 1682, that got you into aerospace. Yeah, dude, that's the other. So what's Lego 1682? Oh, yeah, spaceship. Yeah, there you go. Yep, that's the space shuttle. Yeah, dude. Look up 8440. Okay, last one. 8480. Oh, yeah. Technic, dude. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I built 8480 with your dad when you were about 10. Yeah, dude, that's it. Yeah, no, I'm just... The other thing is that, dude, my dad's machinist, right? My dad's dad was a shipbuilder who worked at the Four River Shipyard in Quincy. Ooh, we got post order notifications. All right. My mom is super good at math, right? And my mom's dad was an airplane mechanic and handyman. He was an airplane mechanic in World War II. So planes have just been around my family for a long time. Yeah, that won't surprise anybody. Like my mom's dad served in the war. He was a B-24 and C-47 mechanic. So, yeah. Okay. My dad's dad was in the 3rd Infantry Division and he landed at Anzio. And he got a Bronze Star for so he served in a mortar company in the 3rd Infantry Division, and the mortar company had forward observers, right? And the forward observers had phone lines going to the artillery pits in the mortar company to shell certain German positions. Germans kept blowing up the damn lines. And my dad's dad was such a stubborn son of a gun that every time they blew him up, he just said, all right, fine, I'll freaking fix it. And he went and fixed it a bunch of times. Like, he fixed it like 20 times in one day. He fixed the communications line between the forward observers and the pits. And that, the freaking... They gave him a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart because he was so damn stubborn. He wouldn't let them blow up the stupid lines. Does that sound right? That sounds like me. One side of family, airplane mechanic. The other side, just a stubborn son of a gun. Like that. I mean, look, genetics and stuff, man. Like, this tracks. Like, yeah, they freaking went out and freaking, you know, getting shelled and stuff. And he's just like, damn it, I gotta fix this stupid thing. These stupid pumps keep freaking ruining my damn lines. Like, it's like, okay. And then there's EJ trying to put together a car in a video game. Yep. Speaking of trains, you're going to see 4014 when it comes to the East Coast. If it comes near me, I'll go look at it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your service. That's my grandfather, not me, guys. I've never served. I didn't do that. Too much, yeah. Too much bullcrap to deal with at the time. And the bullcrap was mostly from me. Yeah, pretty much, Fall. Like, it tracks, dude. Like when we were playing Factorio, you know, at the beginning, before I knew how to use the bots and everything, the bugs kept damaging my wall, and I just kept fixing it. And they kept damaging it, I kept fixing it. Literally that. Like, literally that. Argue your services, the STEM outreach stuff you've done. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Good stuff. Anyway, let's go get those packages. We got packages at the PSK. Phone's ringing, phone's ringing, phone's ringing, phone's ringing. Shut up. I heard the phone. Hello?
Hyvää päivää.
Yes.
Minä sijoittelin silloin noita puuita. Tai ihan soptuu heti, kun niin pääsi tuommoon ja
Okay, cool. You know what? Change of plans. Let's go deliver some firewood. Actually, what we could do is get the car parts. Now, let's do the firewood first, so we have some money. Yeah, let's do the firewood first. Firewood first. Speaking of cool things, it's a little mini Hemi. That's cool, man. So yeah, I mean, I come from a long line of tinkerers and nerds, and I mean, my uncle's a freaking engineer. Another one of my uncles is a general contractor. My cousin's a damn plumber. Another one of my cousins is a freaking carpenter. Another one of my cousins is a freaking firefighter. Like, we work with our hands. We're workers. That's what we do. And you're a huge tool. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Like, I'm the one that has the closest one to a desk job out of all of my male cousins. Like, I'm the one that has the closest one to a desk job. See, and even then, I choose to go and build stuff. I like working with my hands, dude. Building something tangible. Like, dude, don't get me wrong. Software is really cool, and I respect the craft, right? A lot, but ain't nothing like building something with your hands. Something that you can hold in your hand, or something you can physically touch that you put together. It's the same kind of ride as like when you compile like a script that you wrote and it works and you're like, yes, it's that same thing, but you can touch it, you know? That sentiment is why I'm a hardware engineer. Yeah. Hardware works better in my brain than software does, Loki. For some reason. I don't know why. Software, I get it. I know what it's doing, but I struggle real hard with logic. I don't know why. My brain just doesn't like it. I'm sure I could learn it. I'm stubborn enough to figure it out. But yeah, I'd much rather build stuff. Put that mini Hemi into a small go-kart. Hellfish, you know what if I really expanded the shop content, you know what the kind of stuff I would do is I would take like snowblower engines, right? And then figure out a way to make a casting to make a V8 snowblower engine. And then put that on a snowblower instead. Yeah, hardware just makes more sense in my mind, Bio. I'm sure I could learn software engineering, but it doesn't... Mechanical stuff comes naturally to my brain. I don't know why, like, that's just the way it happens, you know? Yeah, let's turbocharge a snowblower. Yeah, let's do it. It'd be awesome. Metal casting is so finicky, but I've been tempted to try it. Actually, you know, you can make... Casting should be really easy now that 3D printing is a thing. Because guys, that's the thing. My dad is the one that taught me this. Once upon a time, 3D printing was called stereolithography. And 3D printers were used to make casting. That's what 3D printers were used for. Right? That's why 3D printing files have a .stl file extension, because stereolithography. When I first showed my dad the 3D printers that we got, he was like, that's just an STL printer. The machine shop have been using those for like 30 years. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? This is brand new. He's like, no, it's not. No, so what you do is you make, you 3D print the casting that you want, right? And then you put it into a sand casting, and you make it casting 2 molds, right? And then you take it apart, take the thing out, put it back together, and pour. I have a Ender 3 S1, and I have an Ender 3 Pro, but the Pro is broken. I have an Ender 3 S1. I really want... No, you know what? I'm not saying that. Never mind. Never mind. Or you could build a V12 food blender. That's a good idea. I'm not saying nothing. I'm just going to turn the music back on. You want the nylon powder printer that makes super smooth nylon parts. So. You're currently teaching yourself coding. Rocket Labs has not said why they scrubbed yesterday, Veljets. No, we haven't heard nothing. Gotta keep an eye on that fuel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be cool to make a casting like that, but then you'd have to, for a proverbial, like, 1000cc snowblower engine that we want to make, you need to make a crank for it as well. I mean, you could just do it by fastening crankshafts together, I suppose. I know what you're talking about, Pandalope. I did see a Bamboo Labs printer one time when I was down at Starbase. I saw Bamboo Labs printer. It was super cool. Yeah, the print was real nice. I've seen people 3D print gaskets they couldn't find to buy. Nice. Smart Trey, the other day I had to clean up my driveway for a delivery truck. What did you end up getting? There was a 1,000-piece tool set and toolbox that came. God, you said people 3D print gaskets. What are they 3D printing the gaskets out of? Surely it's not PLA. What is TP? What's TPU? Like a flexible plastic. Yeah, Badger, that's what I've heard, dude, yeah. Thermoplastic polyurethane. Cool. You like the video made about the tool delivery? Yeah, Dan, that was pretty cool. Kermit the Frog! 5-month Lisa, thank you. We've driven over a TPU Benchy with a truck, nothing happens to it. Yeah, Smart Trade, check out that video that Coder linked. It's flexible like a rubber gasket. Interesting. Did you see Max's pictures from inside of the BAB? I have not seen the inside pictures yet, Chris, but I'm sure it's great. Max is a very talented dude. Don't tell him I said that. Tell him, if you want to tell him something I said, tell him he's a doo-doo face or something. He'll get it. Infrastructure news, Greenpeace has been ordered to pay $345 million in damages to the company Energy Transfer.
Mahtavaa paljon ja tuosta vaivanpalakkaa, pistokka liian makkaraa ja mitähän tää...
Out of curiosity, I leave any car parts in here? Nope.
Varmaan tarvii tänä talvena vielä lisääkin, on ollut kylmää, on ollut. Vähän lämpimämpääkin välillä, vaan liian kylmää ja koko ajan pitää mittaa ja kylmää. Kalaa ja tuo...
You can buy beer and tacos. All right. Vittu! Haste launch tomorrow. Cool. All right, let's head back into town. We got to fill this thing up. I hope we have enough. I think we will. We'll see. Am I allowed to share a video link? That would. You got to have permission from one of my moderators. Pendelope. But yeah, mods, if you could Pendelope link terms, that'd be great. That'd be great. Is that Firefly launch still tomorrow? I think so. Looks like my front yard. Just big piles of snow everywhere. I'm not sure if that Firefly launches tomorrow. I talked to Das yesterday. He was kidding up for it. Yeah, so we'll see. Are you going to use some of the money to empty the poo truck? You probably should. Binary, yeah. Thought I saw over on X that Firefly pushed to Saturday. Possible. Let me check next spaceflight. Yeah, it's Saturday night at 7:50. Rocket Lab Haste mission is tomorrow, and then Starlink 6-108 is tomorrow. Dude, there's like 2 launches during the Flame Trench tomorrow. It's based on quantity and how much money you make, Butcher. Alright, dude, you gotta walk the dogs. Dude. I don't know if this one is DMCA, Cortec, to be honest. What do you guys want to talk about for Flame Trench? SLS rollback? Alright, Dan, see you, buddy. Does rollback really call for anything more than a mention? The presser with NASA tomorrow is about SLS. Oh yeah. Binary, what time is that presser? Is that 10 a.m.? Is that 10? I'm gonna be here. Training a new mechanic then? Alright. No, I think we should talk about SLS a good amount because we said that we were good to go. We compare our predictions last week to this week. Ship 39 rollout. We're going to talk about that. I'm not sure if there's much else to talk about. Haste grub, but yeah, well, the haste launch is going to be during the stream tomorrow. Yeah, it's been a little quiet, dude. It's going to be 10 a.m. your time. Max has got a double shift tomorrow. Starlink then presser for SLS. Wait. Tori Bruno picks. Did he end up sharing the blue ring stuff? The Senate Commerce reauthorization bill would prohibit NASA from requiring more than 50% of launch services from one provider. According to the bill text I obtained, SpaceX currently dominates the market. They really just want to spend a lot. They really just want to spend money. They want to spend your money. They really just want to do that. 10 a.m. for the presser. All right, I'll be here for it. Yeah, I don't think so, Colton. How much fuel we got? Okay, we're in the red. We gotta be careful here. I'm gonna coast it down this hill. FSC's vision soon as that 25% of launches have to be the NASA vehicle, but we'll fund a vehicle properly. Yeah, I don't know, man. How does it NASA just buy SpaceX now? Help, there's something tells me that SLS is going to get properly funded after this. Something tells me. I call it a gut feeling. I have no insider information in that regard. Like, I have a feeling that block buy is going to happen. The reason why I think that is partially what you see here. Like, I think if the U.S. government the only monopoly that the U.S. government wants in spaceflight is a government-owned monopoly, and they're not going to get that with SpaceX anymore. So I think politicians will eventually figure out that having SpaceX launch everything for you because it's cheaper is not going to be a long-term sustainable solution. The government doesn't like it when a private company can tell them what to do. Right? So you're already seeing the fruits of that labor with that bill, if that's a thing, right? I think that it is going to cause a, not paradigm shift. SpaceX will still launch a lot of stuff, but I think it's going to be a wake-up call that, your incessant drive of commercializing everything with NASA has left NASA with nothing, and now you don't have a way to get into space. You know what I mean? Isn't the government an entitled company anyway? But yeah, of course. How much fuel we got? Oh yeah, we're good. We're fine. Go pick up our packages. Hi, Timo. Yeah, I think there's going to be a real gravitation towards NASA doing in-house stuff, and I think that's going to start with SLS. I have a feeling, and in the past I would say, I mean, Hellfish, you've been here for a long time. A lot of you guys know how I feel about this. In the past, I would say that that's what needs to be done, but I don't think it's going to get done. I have a feeling here, especially with Isaacman, with Jared Isaacman doing his thing, that him saying he's going to bring a lot of NASA stuff back in-house is paving the way for NASA to do in-house rockets and research and development. That's what else could that mean? You know? Jared will ask and they won't deliver. Good, so he'll get rid of people that don't deliver, and I very much agree with that. I don't necessarily think NASA should be run like a company. It shouldn't be run like $1 billion corporation or something. But also at the same time, whatever they're doing right now is not any solution. Yeah, Wraith, it's... Jared's got his work cut out for him, man. He's got his work cut out for him.
Perkele! No mitä helvettiä?
Mitä helvettiä? Hi. Oh, milk was a good choice. Hey lady, hey lady, hey lady, hey lady. I mean, asking Congress critters for the funding to have in-house stuff, including SLS block buy. Clearly he has their support already. I mean, did you see the margin that he passed in the Senate for his confirmation? He had 67% Senate majority. That's absurd. Clearly, he has a lot of friends there, so, I mean, maybe it'll work. I don't know. But yeah, we can talk about stuff like that during Flame Trench and stuff. Otherwise, it's been a pretty quiet week. You know, that rollback really... sucks, but you know, Ship 39 did roll this morning. It's at Massey's, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll see. See a bit. Yeah, something like that, Alfish. We'll see. Reason. Actually, no, we should just be able to. Should be able to get in the tractor. All right, so we got 3 crates of car parts. We'll go back to the house. What time is it? Late. Did you cap the cap? Probably not. I always forget to do that. I saw that Berger said that Brook is removing SLS from the Artemis program. It was a tweet from him yesterday. Rarest, I can't prove it, but I think that's what Eric Berger wants, and not necessarily what's going to happen, but it could be. See, I've never understood the cancel SLS mentality. I've never understood it. The reason why, Rarest, and like, I used to hate Eric Berger for this. Like, I really, dude, you should see some of my Space Newses from 2017. I said some pretty vulgar stuff about that guy. And I do regret it because he's a nice dude. Like, I disagree, but that doesn't mean, doesn't mean I need to be a dick about it. I mean, but then again, I'm kind of just a dick as a person, so whatever. My thing is that, look, okay, if we want to sit here and we want to look at a broader view of spaceflight history over the last 20 years, all right, we're going to sit here and look at this, all right? So, there's a lot of people that didn't like Constellation. There's a lot of people that didn't like the Constellation program. A lot of pundits, spaceflight pundits were very, when you go to the late 2000s, right? A lot of spaceflight pundits were very against Constellation. The Constellation's a bad idea. This is a stupid idea. It's way over budget. It's underperforming. It's gonna take so long. It's delayed. Basically, the same exact argument that they're using for SLS that people use for being critical of SLS at this point, right? Same exact argument. Now, here's the thing. Those people that were all critical of Constellation, Ares 1's a piece of junk, that's terrible, it's a death trap, blah, 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 blah. All of vocal stakeholders in that argument ended up culminating in Constellation getting canceled. Right? It got canceled. Great. Hurrah. Big win, right? Big win, right? Or was it? Was it a big win? I wouldn't call that a big win. I'd call that a huge L for our national space program. It's great because it opened up the door for commercial, but I would argue that that was already going to happen under the Constellation program. Remember, Commercial Crew was part of the Constellation program. So, everybody was critical of Ares 1 and Ares 5, saying it's way over budget, it's going to take so much time to do, and that a very vocal bunch of pundits all said that, and it got the program canceled, right? Now, did that result in a net benefit for NASA? Yeah, it's debatable. We ended up kind of getting SpaceX out of that, because when they canceled Constellation, one of the things was kind of leaning into commercial providers. So they kind of it didn't put SpaceX on the map, but it kind of emphasized that commercial is a good idea, right? And that's not a bad thing, right? But also at the same time, they pulled the rug out from for our entire national space program. They pulled the rug out. And Congress freaked out. They said, no, cancel all of it. And Congress said, the frick you're going to do that. The frick you are going to do that. And then made SLS law, which opened up the precedent of Congress deciding your spaceflight architecture and deciding what NASA is going to do. A precedent which has held true for the last 15 years since the 2010 Authorization Act. And now we've had a program that's launched once, twice if you include EFT-1, over the course of 15 years to the tune of $93 billion. All because people said that Constellation isn't the right architecture. It's too expensive. It's going to take forever to do it. It's just too expensive. That same exact argument is being used for SLS right now. Oh, it's way expensive. It's over budget. SpaceX could do it for cheaper. Blah, 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 blah. All right? And the thing is that that's not bullcrap. Of course SpaceX could do it for cheaper. Right? They're a commercial company. They have to profit, right? Like, commercial is great for logistical applications for spaceflight, not necessarily scientific exploration. And that's inherently what SLS is, and that's what the Constellation program was. It's not designed to make money. It's designed to pay dividends in the form of scientific understanding, right? So I think it's very funny that people use that same argument for SLS. You know, oh, it's expensive, it's old technology, etc., etc. It's not going to work, like blah, blah, blah. They use all that same argument, right? And people advocate for SLS cancellation, right? When in reality, say that does happen and SLS does get canceled. Guess what? When they canceled Constellation, and they got rid of it, they set up the precedent that Congress can just mandate the type of spaceflight architecture that they're going to use to appease their contractors in their districts, right? What makes you think canceling SLS is going to not have the same result? Anybody that thinks that that's not going to be a thing is out of their freaking mind. For instance, say we cancel SLS. Congress is just going to find another freaking thing to do. Because once again, the problem here isn't the rocket. It's not the rocket. It's the architecture, and the architecture being denoted by politicians. That precedent was set up because of a huge vocal minority trying to advocate for commercial. People are very naive if you think that wouldn't happen again. So we argue for SLS being canceled, and guess what? Congress will come up with another project for NASA to do, and they have to do it by law. And if you don't comply, you're un-American, right? Like that's what happened, because that's what happened with SLS. What makes people think there's going to be anything different this time around if you try to use that same argument? It's very funny to me, and that's why I was very critical of Eric Berger for a long time. But I don't know. I used to not like that he, always anonymously sourced stuff, but whoever is telling Eric Berger this information is clearly a very good and concrete source. So, like, he's been right about things enough times for me to read the writing on the wall. So I don't necessarily hate the dude anymore. I just disagree, but he seems like a nice dude. So, but yeah, I think, all this vocal advocacy for canceling SLS is just going to result in more boondoggle. You can't trying to work against Congress historically, trying to work against the monetary stakeholder expectations of the space program historically has not worked correctly. That actually set up an awful precedent and gave us SLS in the first place. What makes you think that won't happen again? You look very naive if you think that that's not going to happen again. Anyway, sorry. It's just something that always. That's why I've never. I don't mind SLS. I really don't. It's a fine rocket. It's good enough. Could it be better? Yeah, it needs a better upper stage. That's why I always say that. I don't think it's necessarily a bad rocket or a bad program. I've always said that the problem with Artemis is that, well, it was the architecture was denoted by politicians. Politicians don't know anything about spaceflight architecture, and it shows. You know, it's missing components, like a lander, or a better upper stage, or I don't know, a mobile service structure that allows you to perform checkout work on the pad in case something breaks. Pretty obvious, right? Especially in hindsight. That's always been my critique of the Artemis program, if anything. I don't think SLS is comprehensive enough. I think the core stage and 5-segment boosters are perfect. That's a perfectly adequate amount of liftoff thrust and throw capacity to be able to run a good space program. You just need to do it more, and it needs a higher energy upper stage to do more sustainable lunar exploration on a regular schedule. That's always been my critique of it. And the reason why I don't hate on SLS as much as everybody else does is because the last time we hated on the last national space program, we ended up with SLS. And how's that working out? I don't know, just food for thought. What would be the bigger mistake, creating SLS in the first place or canning it in a few years? Bauxy, if it was up to me, just shouldn't have canceled Constellation. Canceling Constellation, pulling the rug out on our national space program really set up a lot of awful precedents. Like Congress denoting spaceflight architecture. That is the biggest thing about canceling Constellation that lives in my head rent free. Because there was a time where NASA designed the architecture and then Congress approved the price of the architecture. That's how it worked in the Apollo program. You know? Canceling Constellation basically made Congress the systems engineers for the Artemis program. And that is a very, very, very stupid idea. But, yeah, canceling it is it's worse than just canceling the architecture. If we just followed through with Constellation, I don't think this would be a problem. I think at this point, Bauxy, to answer your question, sorry, I was just had a little bit of a brain fart. To answer your question, like, completely and thoroughly, like, if you canceling SLS at this point is going to just do exactly what canceling Constellation did. It's just gonna you're gonna wind up with an even bigger boondoggle. Like, I don't know how people can't see this. I've been trying to say this for years, dude. You've been here. That's why I've always advocated for SLS architecture to be expanded, not contracted. Contracting it is just going to make it worse. Plugs are on. There we go. Yeah, Element, I think, start from scratch, no thanks. Yeah, I think people are very naive in thinking that if you cancel SLS that, it's going to go back to, you're going to go back to the way things used to be, and NASA will be able to do whatever they want with that money. That's, like I said, that is very, very naive. Like, that's not what's going to happen, and I can say that with pretty reasonable conviction. Yeah, Hellfish. Oh, that actually reminds me. Dude, I saw somebody post this on X the other day. You guys want to hear something ridiculous? Starship has had more successful missions than Starliner. That was a pretty funny post, man. I thought that was funny. Starship's had more successful missions than Starliner. Who would have thought? I didn't have that on my damn bingo card. That's pretty damn funny, actually. Starliner has been to orbit, ducks. Yeah, wait a couple months and then that argument will be moot. Extraterrestre loco! Yeah, I never put it together either, Rares. I was like, there's no frickin' way. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, Aqualex, let me see, let me read what you said. You say that like it's something that we can do, though. Like, that's the thing. You know, like, oh, NASA should be run this way. Like, dude, when I come up with a solution for, or say what I think NASA should be doing, it's always within the confines of somewhat of a reality. Like, I'm not trying to say that what you're saying shouldn't be done, or it can't be done, but I think that would be a very tough thing to do to shield NASA from elections. That would be a really hard thing to do, because look, NASA's inherently political, so shielding a government organization that is beholden to the executive branch for stakeholder expectations, right? Making them shielding them politically that's a tall ask, dude. Is this music? I think my blender malfunctioned. What time does this piss stain open? 8. When is it now? Beep bop boop boop beep. Boop boop boop. It's been a full moon for you. I wonder if the moon phases change. Phases will be added later. Beep bop boop boop beep beep boop. We're gonna be here a little while.
Yeah, it's me again.
Oh, Raptor side chat.
You think that's it?
The Raptor side chat over on Starbase Live is starting now. Chapter side rat. Yeah, we gotta kind of wait here for a moment. Beep apple. Boop, boop, beep. Chapter side. Rap, 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 rap. Actually, do you guys mind if I just check something on my telefono real quick? You can listen to this lovely music.
Ole se niin paljon tyhmkoessa mitään kuul.
Where are you?
Kyllä me etäs kuulla valla hyvin, kun sä pimpoita menemään mun. Kun jos sä itse kuulisit,
Hang on one second,
ja sä
please.
soita, niin et sä
Oh,
soita.
yep, freezing. Wait, where's our coveralls? Oh crap, I don't have the coveralls on. They're back at the apartment.
Soittaa vähän verka nyt ja... Ihan turhaa mä tästä sano, kun et sä mitään kuul. Mikä se tommonen piano se... Koko et sä kuul. Kat nyt, eihän kuul mitään. Valla sä tässäkin huutaa sulle.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Koittakaa soittaa vähän paremmin tai ette soitta ollenkaan, kun ette kuul mitään.
You bash all the naysayers all the time, and now it's your response. The whole purpose of NASA is to make it non-really. No, that's not what I'm doing at all. No, that's not what I'm saying in the least. You're calling for a sweeping change to NASA, and I'm not sure that that's entirely tenable. Let's play some Venti. Bad EJ? No, it's fine. He's 13, I have 14. Hit me. Stand at 20. Alright, don't draw an 8, I swear. He drew a 10! We win! Alright! That's right, little piggy. 12. He's got a 2. Hit me. Stand at 20 again. He's got 8. $19. Busted. I actually kind of agree that science should be completely in the hands of scientists. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, fellas. Yeah, you guys, I'm not. You guys are getting very confused. That's really funny. No, that's not what I'm not saying that your idea is bad. In fact, I agree with it. I'm saying that, okay, do you think that something like that is going to happen? Do you think that is a tenable solution? Do you think that that is going to be a thing that happens? Honestly. I'm not saying that it shouldn't or that it shouldn't happen or that it's a bad idea. I don't understand where people are getting confused. He's calling me a naysayer. No, that's not what's going on here. I'm calling for more SLSs to fly. You're calling for NASA to fundamentally change how they do business from the ground up. I don't think that's being a naysayer at all. that it just look, man. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's really easy to say that, oh, everything at NASA needs to change. You meant naysayer, like a horse enjoyer. Well, yeah, Chris B was just there. All right, I burned a little bit of time. I'm trying to empty the poo truck, but the office doesn't open until 8, so I was burning some time. We could go over to Tiamo's, see if Tiamo's over there. I think he might be closed. I think it's too late. I don't have coveralls on. Oh, yeah. It's fine. Timo? Crap, he's not here. Alright, we gotta run. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. Pretty sure you can freeze to death in this game. Alright, well, we're here.
Vitun mulkku.
Oh, there goes my 2 wins. Okay, we're gonna make it back to the truck. Actually, no, we'll just run to get the coveralls. Easier that way. I think we can make it. I can actually see at night. Oh, thank you. Wait a minute, you guys can't see? I can see this pretty well. Why is Grandma's face that shade of gray? Not sure. Oh no. Oh, I had to pay rent. Balls! Well, we have significantly less cash now, but... Okay, there we go. We got our coveralls on. We're good. I found that winter car is quite a bit brighter at night than MSC, though I'm on a different monitor than I was back then. Well, Topless added Moonlight. He added Moonlight since the last time we played it, so it's a little bit easier to see at night. But do you think that's actually something that could happen, Aqualex? That's the thing. Your idea, I don't think the idea is inherently bad, but I don't think that that's... I think that now is not the time to necessarily introduce radical ideas into NASA. You just kind of have to slowly move back in that direction because we slowly drifted away from that direction for the last 50 years. You know? Anyway, I gotta focus, dude, so I don't freeze my nuts off in the game. The last thing we need is to freaking die again and have to just do the grind for freaking car parts. Almost 7. Truck. Big truck. I mean, people aren't going to like this, but I would argue that JPL having scientific autonomy, just leaning heavily into scientists running the thing, has ended very poorly, actually. They ended up figuring out that they embezzled, like, millions of dollars. So, I mean, I don't know. Just take that for what it's worth. Look it up. GAO. Oh, yeah. JPL's going to hell in a handbasket because they embezzled money. Come on, baby. Did you have to pay rent because of the taxi jobs? I think that notice rarest happens when they try to deduct it out of your account and you don't have enough. There's an automatic light on the building. Let's just listen to George. So we're just waiting here for a second at the poo place for the poo place to open, dudes. Should be just a little bit. Actually, we should be able to sleep this out. Hey, Maniski. Ay. Yes. Ya no está lista.
Vitun dorka.
Well, what's that about? That's Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. The hell is this? It's Tuesday. It's 10:15 a.m. on Tuesday. What the hell is this? Yeah, alright, we'll just go hit the save. No, sometimes it bugs out. Let's just, Does the retirement home have a toilet? No, but I wouldn't want to go to the bathroom in there, man. Ever use the bathroom at a retirement home? That's not ideal. Boop.
Ai, kylläpä ruppaa ramaisemaan tuon sisään.
Ei uskoneet lestat elviksiin.
Joo, kyllä minulta löytyy suht tuoretta tästä Termansista vielä. Ootapas hetki. Olkeepa hyvät.
Mulla on tää rock'n'rollia. Se on sielussa aina rock'n'rollia. Kaikki on niin rock'n'roll.
Kaikki. Yeah. Ah, there he is. That bozo's here. Where did he pull that coffee from? From the thermo can. Can't you read? The thermocan can. Really hope this doesn't cost more than 1,900 marks, or else we really got a problem. Yep.
Joo. Ja se teki sitten niin paljon kuin... Että tämmönen tapaus. Joka saatanan päivä pelkkää paskaa.
1898, the peak of your civilization, I say, because shortly after it became our civilization.
Paskaa.
Good movie.
Paskaa.
All right!
Kyllä.
Oh, I missed it.
Ja sulla olis lastina paskaa. Paskaa. Minulle tasa-arvo meinaa sitä, että kaikkien persestä tulloo paskaa.
I know, Chris.
Mm.
Missed it again.
Eihän siitä paskaa pahemmaksi muutu. Ja sulla olis lastina paskaa. Että tämmönen tapaus. Kuule, sen minä sanon, että tämä on kyllä, jos joku on, niin tämä on kyllä paska homma. Ei ihan niin paska kuin tuo sun hommas, vaan onhan tää silti aika paska homma. Jos paska olisi niinku kultaa, niin minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan eihän se oo. Joka saatanan päivä pelkkää paskaa.
Hey,
Minulle tasa-arvo meinaa sitä, että kaikkien persestä tulloo paskaa. Jos paska olisi niinku
Niinpä.
kultainen, minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan ähä se oo. Että tämmönen tapaus. Oo. Kyllä, kyllä. Jos paska olisi niinku kultainen, minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan ähä se oo. Kyllä, kyllä. Jaha, jaha. Eihän siitä paska pahemmaksi muutu. Niin. Eihän siitä paska pahemmaksi muutu. Niin. Että tämmönen tapaus. Minulle tasa-arvo meinaa sitä, että kaikkien persestä tulloo paskaa. Joka saatanan päivä pelkkää paskaa. Ja sulla olis lastina paskaa. Paskaa, paskaa, paskaa. Oo. Jos paska olisi niinku kultainen, minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan ähä se oo. Jos paska olisi niinku kultainen, minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan ähä se oo. Ja kiitos käynnistä. Joo, siitä vaan.
That worked, Elforce. I always aim at the cash register, dude. I never aimed at the numbers. Do you have to aim at the numbers? Interesting. Poop doesn't freeze, Merkin. If you had a big pile of it, the tank would be warm to the touch. The decay process for excrement actually makes heat. Fun fact. Don't ask me why I know this. It's not a lot of heat, but be enough to keep it warm. We gotta go inside real quick because it is cold out and we are gonna freeze. Holy crap. Why were we freezing so much? If you shiver too much, your character will freeze to death. Just like a compost heap. Exactly. What do you think compost is, guys? Steaming, you might say. Hi. Hi. Alright, let's go finish pumping out that well in Lope then. Oi. What? Like it? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hello.
Hi.
Bree's on the phone, guys. Bree, you're on stream. What's up?
Can you come in the house, please?
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay. I'll see you in a moment.
All right, thanks.
Bye. Guys, I gotta. Crap. I gotta go. I gotta go. The water heater's acting up again. I'll be right back. Trying to think how I should do this. I'm just gonna go AFK for a second. So I'll just keep it on this. I'll be back in a little bit. false alarm. Everything's good. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. Sorry about that. All right. Also morning. What's going on? All right. Yeah. Check how much springs cost at Fleetari. Springs? Does he have springs?
Terve, terve!
Mikael,
Pojalla mielessä!
pojalla mielessä. You can order springs now? I don't see any springs here. Oh. Cool. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Good to know. Everything good with the heater? Yep, false alarm. I told Brimo, you know, this morning that if you even get a trace of gas, you even think you smell gas, just come and get me. And yeah, she was just doing what I said. Yeah, no, false alarm. My water heater was not happy last night, so like if you even think you gotta, like if you Pavlovianly smell gas, come and get me immediately. So because yeah, I'll shut it off. I'll you know, I have disconnects all over my house for all the gas stuff. Yeah, you don't dick around with gas. That's not a good idea. I know enough to know that. There we go. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, I don't need my house exploding with my wife and dog in it. That's, yeah. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good call. Actually, there was, crap. Well, this isn't good. You don't want to end up as a country song. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, well, my water heater's right next to my furnace, which is constantly, it has a heating element and a pilot light, and it's a high efficiency furnace, so it's got a draft inducer too. So, you know, yeah, I was like, you even think you smell gas, you just give me a call. Okay? Because, you know, if it pools gas in the workroom down there and... Oh, no. Don't tell me I did the wrong house freaking again. I mean, it looked empty. Well, Manatech, that's because I didn't get all the well last time. No, the game is just bugged out. Steve Stitch is gone. NASA named acting leader as 2 key human spaceflight roles. NASA announced that Joe Montalbano will serve as the acting associate administrator for the Space Operations Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington. Dana Hutcherson will serve as the acting program manager. Huh. Stephen Kenner gone. Is this because of the Starliner debacle? Yeah. Right, so. Dude, this was the well, but the game doesn't have the NPC here, so we can't get paid, so I just wasted a bunch of time, which is, you know, that's great. It's because I pumped this well, but then the truck filled up before I could finish it, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I want that plate receipt. Hey, Edmund. Septic work is the best work. If you want to keep yourself a lonely individual or only date people with a perpetual stuffy nose. We'll drive by again sometime when the other wells come up, like, and see what happens. Let's get out of here. It's not the road. So Cousin was heading in this direction when he went by in game. He usually takes this road to Perjärvi and then turns around and comes back down this road, so don't need to get into a head-on collision, so let's just be careful here. Dump this load so you don't get that issue again. Yeah, I think the thing might be glitched though, Note. It didn't pump anything. Yeah, but it pumped a little bit. It pumped enough to... It's hard to explain. There's five septic tanks on the map, Flykin. Each one of them is 2,000. So ideally you want to pump 5 wells for one draining of the truck. Now that I only pumped a little bit because I pumped the wrong well... now I need 2 loads, 2 unloading with the truck for all 5 wells because it's all, yeah, the order's all screwed up. I thought one is 2,100. Well, you might be right. Is the drain fee a flat fee? The draining fee, yeah, it is a flat fee. I think it might be it might be proportional to the amount that you have to dump. What you saw, Flykin, was the ski resort. You saw the ski resort lights. They're off in the distance. Yeah, proportional to the amount, yeah. It took the dart away. And the game didn't pay me. Whatever. They went outside between 8 and 6, so it might explain why they weren't there. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, don't worry about it, J-Bolt. It's fine. Just, yeah, don't bring that up in here, man. Come on now. Keep it clean. Keep it clean. Hey, keep it fair. Keep it fair.
Vitu mulkku.
All right, let me read this press release here real quick. And then we get back to work. Let me also grab a smoke. Oh, Fly, can you hear that? Yeah, we don't need to worry about it. Cousin got stuck somewhere. See the lights? Where'd all your money go? Rent for the apartment. Oh, what? So let's dance. All right, let's see what we got. That's Joe Montalbano right there. On Thursday, NASA announced Joel Montalbano will serve as the acting associate administrator for the Space Operations Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington. Dana Hutcherson will serve as the acting program manager of the Commercial Crew Program, effective immediately. Space Operations Mission Directorate programs and activities include Commercial Crew Program, Commercial Low Earth Orbit Program, Human Research Program, ISS, Launch Services Program, Rocket Propulsion Test Program, and Space Communications and Navigation Program, Space Sustainability and Human Spaceflight Capabilities. Both leaders were previously serving as deputies in their respective roles. Strong leadership is essential to advancing NASA's mission, and Joel and Dana are exceptionally well qualified to serve in these acting roles, said Jared Isaacman. Their experience and commitment will help ensure we deliver on the President's national space policy, maintain American leadership in low Earth orbit, and build the capabilities required to achieve the near impossible. Okay. Ken Bowersox previously announced his retirement effective Friday, March 6th. Yeah. Key priorities for Montalbano will include establishing a low Earth orbit economy ahead of retiring the International Space Station and maintaining American superiority in space. Prior to his position at headquarters, Montalbano served as the manager of the ISS program. Hold on. He also served in a variety of other roles, including Deputy Program Manager for the ISS, Director of Human Space Flight, and the Director of Human Space Flight Program in Russia, and a NASA Flight Director. He started his career at Rockwell in 1988 and became a NASA civil servant that same year. Hutcherson worked in American sector, cost-effective crew transportation systems for low Earth orbit destinations. Hutcherson previously served as deputy manager of the Commercial Crew Program Systems Engineering and Integration. Shows a Bachelor of Science. Yeah, that's Dana Hutcherson right there. No mention of Steve Stitch, huh? What's Rockwell? Rockwell International is the company that designed the space shuttle. Wow. I guess that doesn't say much for Steve, huh? I will be adding this to the flame trench. What do we know about Steve before? I liked Steve Stitch, dude. Yeah, Steve Stitch was the deputy. Actually, he was a space shuttle flight director, right? And then after the shuttle program, he moved to commercial crew. And he was the deputy commercial crew. He's deputy associate administrator commercial crew, second in command with Kathy Leaders. Kathy Leaders left, and then he became first in command. He was running the commercial crew program. Update. NASA tells me Steve Stitch will remain at NASA and will work on the HLS program. They also say the acting positions are effective immediately, and they're updating the press release to make that clear. Both Steve Stitch and Kathy Leaders were in mission control on February 1st, 2003. Yep, they were. Ken Bowersox retiring and Steve Stitch moving to HLS is kind of telling, though, dudes. That's pretty telling. Is that bad news? No, but if I had to guess, Jared Isaacman made some heads roll because of the Type A mishap cover-up thing. Steve Stitch was running the commercial crew program when the Starliner CFT mission had that whole fiasco. What's telling? It's telling that I think Isaacman said, go work on the lander or something. And Ken Bowersox retiring right after that, like, eh. Running out of cash. Back to the Discord discussion where I said this would happen, and based on Jared's comments, and people didn't believe me. He did say tape. That's the other thing. You're not wrong. He did say that he would hold people accountable. He did say that. Oh, hang on. Shirt got stuck in the sweatshirt. Freaking, I was about to take my shirt off. I'm like, nah, that's probably not something people want on stream. I mean, maybe somebody. It's not that kind of stream. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. TOS. I hope I don't get canned for that. I was just trying to take my sweatshirt off. Just joined the stream to vote. Nice. All right. So yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Like, I think Jared wasn't kidding, Tape, when he said he was going to hold people responsible. So who knows? It's nice seeing that. Yeah, dude, Rares. It's nice. It's nice seeing that he is staying firm on what he said he'd do. Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing. We have packages to pick up, but Moon. We have packages to pick up, but I don't have any money. So, you know. That's nice. Gone Magic Mike on. Yeah. I would certainly hope not, Aqualix. Jeez. Don't you have unemployment? Well, no. Oh, it's payday. Hold on. We don't have unemployment, but we do have the taxi jobs that we did. So that should be a couple grand, and payment is Tuesday, I thought. So let's go take a look, or at least I think it's Tuesday. It's Nudie Magazine Day. Nudie Magazine Day. Nudie Magazine Day. Nudie. Woo. Nudie Magazine Day. Nudie Magazine Day. You're here. Woo. Holy jeez, look at what we got here. That silly penguin is back again. No, Mr. Madison, there's no penguin. You got too much sun today. There's no penguin. It's too dang hot for a penguin to be just walking around here. Smiley. There's something important I was supposed to do today. Have 5 daiquiris? Nah, he remembered to do that. What's today? October? It's Nudie Magazine Day! Nudie Magazine Day! Nudie Magazine Day! Moon. 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 Yeah, I'm looking at this.
No niin, minusta kierre. Kiitoksia Esa sulle ja sitten eteenpäin. Sitten seuraava soittaja. No Marko. No niin, no mä ottelinkin, että milloin se Marko taas soittaa.
I'm one of the good guys, Penguin. Don't run. Oh. Oh. Ei teillä huhuu. Jäbäjuu. Jäbäjuu.
Sekin olisi tosi hyvä. Laitetaan pelit pyöriin. Olisi sulle niin tuttu, että mä näen tästä tuon käymään tupakilla. Niin pelaile sää siinä ja katsotaan sitten vähän myöhemmin.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Don't look. Huh.
Sä oot Marko jo niin monta teepaitaa meillä saanut, että sä et saa mitään. Ensi viikolla voisit jättää oikeastaan soittamatta tänne, että pääsis muutkin pelaamaan. No, mut semmoista oli meillä tällä kertaa parissa ja ensi viikolla taas katsotaan, että mitä silloin luvassa ja mä toivotan teille hyvät loppupäivät ja ei muuta kuin hei Suli vei.
No, I just filled it up, Mike. I want to see how much the packages are here.
Perkele!
There was supposed to be... ATM supposed to be full! Anyone care to explain? Truck, van. Woo! Hey, Taylor. Haven't seen you live for the past few days. A snow blizzard hurricane hit my house, Taylor. So, yeah, that's where I've been. Edit to save with the money you should have gotten from the food job. Hey. That was weird. I think we deserved a snow removal stream. No. Time lapse of you snowblowing the driveway. Guys, I don't want to stream outside of the garage. I don't like that. You guys in the garage, all good. Little ways outside of the garage that you can see from inside of the garage, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want, it's just private. I don't want people to see my house, you know? Like, I think that's a very fair thing to ask for, you know? It'd be fun to listen to you cuss at the snow. Yeah, I know. So no cooking stream? I never said that. If we were gonna do a cooking stream, it probably would be not at my house. So. Doesn't want to show his giant Ford-shaped pool. Yeah, I mean, we gotta, yeah, we need a Ford-shaped pool because Cleater's bow tie pool, you know? I mean, mine pool will just be an oval. Like, it's just an oval pool. I can't imagine the creepy people. You could see Cleater's house from the road, dude. Yeah. Like, from the road that it's on, you know. Yeah, it's I mean, if Cleater's cool with that kind of stuff, that's fine with me. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, the way I see it, dudes, is like, Primo and I want to start a family, right? And if we want to do that, dude, I don't need people knowing, like, where the kids play and stuff. Like, if I get a swing set, or put a swing set in my backyard or something. Like, I don't need people seeing that, you know. I don't want that. I don't think that's fair. So, that starts with, if we ever want to do that, that starts with just not showing it in the first place, you know. Yeah, I would have loved to do a snowblower stream, but yeah, that would have sucked. Because, like, well, it wouldn't have sucked. I would have been swearing a lot. But, yeah. Inside the shop, just a little ways outside the shop, that's fine with me. Like, but, yeah, that's about it. The reason why I'm okay with, like, around the shop is because it's way back in the woods. Mariatta.
Koko maailmani. Mariatta, oi Mariatta mun.
By the way, the taxi is Tuesday at midnight, so maybe 3 hour, their early hours on Wednesday. Oh, okay. More space. That's right, Con. This is a bucket for making Finnish wine in it. And you can basically bootleg in this game, but it's not. The thing is that if you deliver the Kilju, is what it's called, Kilju. If you deliver that, the guy wants you to drink it, and we're sober in game, so we can't do that. It gets turned off by updates to the game. EJ has to turn it back on, but hasn't gotten to it. Oh yeah, the kurpa. Yeah, well, Tuesday at midnight. Well, it's almost 10 o'clock, so let's just set the alarm. There we go. Yeah, something like that, Butcher. The other thing we could do is just fill up some of the jugs with water and just make sure we keep track of what's water and what's Kilju, and then give him the Kilju and then just drink water. You could do that too, but I don't know. Like, I don't think we should. 5 a.m. I don't think we should risk it. If we accidentally drink the Kilju, the problem meter could come back. Will that work? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can do that, yes. So, you guys want to see something interesting? That's so Rocket Lab has their earnings report. Their earnings report is out. Neutron's quarter 4 2026 it was delayed because their test tank exploded. Alex actually pointed this out. Look at this. So see that picture on the left of their test tank? Uh-oh. What? NSF Pictures just winding up in their earnings reports. That's okay. So that all right. Where's my money, Brian? You gonna give me my money? Huh? You gonna give me my money, Brian? Huh? Where's my money? Where's my money? Give me my money. Did they pay for it? I don't know. All right, let's go. We have the coveralls on. Oh, we gotta get the sweat down. Sweat, baby, sweat, baby, sweat. They cropped the water. I don't know whether that's cool or whether that's kind of screwed up. You know, like which one is it? Yeah, fall, like... Yeah, it's definitely a little... Alright, thank you. I don't know, that ain't up to me. I just thought it was pretty funny. Do you see wedding ring when I figured this place look like I'm married? The toilet seat's up, man. Better make a deduction on those earnings. You'd be wrecked, dog. Maybe they did, Element. Who knows? But I don't think that buying a print gives you the right to show it in perpetuity, right? Like, I don't know. Because there's rights to the photo, and then there's an actual print of the photo. I don't know, man. Paul, what say you? Wait, why the hell did I park over here? What am I doing? Yeah, exactly. It's not in perpetuity. Hey, Nader, what's up, dude? Nader, you hit the enter key too early. Premature message-ulation. Premature chat-ulation. You know, they make a pill for that, right? Ready? And boom! That's not a lot, dude. We made more from unemployment. Like, way more. Oh, nice, Nader. There you go. Mesaki Kotti. Hey, how you doing? Car parts. Car parts. Alright, let's bring this back to the house and zone up some freaking car parts, dude. Hey, Nazalik. You just got Starlink. Very good to get out of the Stone Age. Alright! You have joined the 21st century. Me. Hang on, I got a message. Okay. Why does this thing idle like Dookie all of a sudden? Does Starlink work in a blizzard? I don't know. I just got paid by the taxi service. It's about 1,500 marks. I mean, rarest, if you submerge the Starlink antenna in a Dairy Queen blizzard, it probably would still work as long as it doesn't short out. I mean, the front side of the antenna is going to get a little bit hot because phased array. Wait, I don't need to go this way. We're going. That's cool, Rarest. Neat. Starlink connection was spotty during the storm because you. Okay, Rarest. Yeah, I mean, so it's because Starlink's using a phased array, and the phased array is, well, it's just an array of antennas and they modulate the power that each one of the little mini antennas that are, it looks like a Connect 4 board or something, and with each one of the circles being a little antenna, and they modulate the power between the antennas to basically create an azimuth. You can broadcast the signal in a certain direction even though the antenna is flat. It's called phased array. So the thing about that is that phased array, Starlink's using very high frequency phased arrays. So because it's high frequency, right? It's very directional. So it's very, very spotty if there's a storm over your head. But that's the thing. With a Starlink constellation, it might be able to the antenna could theoretically go around the storm, and it goes to the horizon, right? And it could catch a Starlink satellite that's going over the horizon because you can modulate the direction. It's not like DirecTV, which is trying to communicate with a satellite that's way up in geostationary orbit. It doesn't work like that. If there's a storm coming through with your parabolic antenna, good luck, right? But with Starlink, because there's a swarm of satellites and the satellites are closer and they're constantly going by, a satellite that your antenna is going to be communicating with isn't necessarily up. It isn't necessarily through the storm. It could do it through the horizon. He just said he had to we kept having to clear the snow off of it. It made it better, but it was coming down too fast to keep up. Yeah, high frequency stuff, Rarest, is very much dependent on line of sight. Yeah, and Rarest Iowa over in Twitch chat. I'm talking to Rarest Ace over in YouTube chat, just in case there's any confusion here. Yeah, Starlink is a high frequency antenna. Cell phones also use high frequency. Cell phone connections are very much dependent on line of sight. That's why, if you go over a hill, you're going to get terrible reception. Link it up, J-Volt. Yeah, Nader, Starlink should be able to see underneath the storm. Like, if you're storm chasing and you see the storm, you're out on the plains, right? But you can see the horizon. right? It'll catch the Starlink satellites that it can actually see. And the antenna will just turn and do that automatically, which in itself is a really, really... That's a cool piece of tech. Heck, dude, like, because it's phased array, the antenna technically doesn't even need to turn. What it's going to do is it's going to find the average point of highest connection and point the antenna in that direction. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's pointing right at the satellite, because on top of the phased array antenna, the phased array antenna can modulate a signal 180 degrees to the plane of the antenna, which is, once again, that might as well be witchcraft to me. Like, I don't get how, like, I get how it works, but also it's like, wait, what? Oh, great, now there are two of them. Yeah, phased array antennas are super cool. The military has been using them for a long time. If anybody out there is a squid and you served in the U.S. Navy, the Aegis weapon system, well, the Aegis on the destroyer, it's not necessarily a weapon system. Aegis is a phased array antenna. Smart, real smart, actually. Yeah, witchcraft concept, multi-mode fiber. It's really wild stuff, dude, what we've been able to come up with. Yeah, exactly, Wisp. There's the train out there on the horizon. 2235 and the Super Hornet use phased arrays. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you know, once upon a time, Nader, you know, you get into the 4th gen and 5th gen fighters during the Cold War, or the 4th gen fighters during the Cold War, they either had a downward scanning radar or a forward scanning radar. You know, like it was either designed to look at stuff on the ground or look at stuff in the air. With phased array, you can do both of those things. Yeah, so it's good for in the application of like a multi-role fighter, so like the F-35, perfect. Hornet, the Super Hornet, mint. Ooh, sorry, didn't mean to yawn. Veto! It should be okay, Fluffy, yeah. I mean, I don't know how good your internet is out there. If you are at a place where there's infrastructure, dude, like, I would always pick the fiber line over Starlink, but yeah, if you're out in the sticks, dude, and I'm pretty sure you are, yeah, just... Yeah, phased array is way better because the antenna doesn't need to turn. You just modulate the signal, you modulate the power to the antenna, and you can get your array can basically update at the speed of light. It's way better for combat information, which is why the Navy put it on their Aegis. Why the Navy put Aegis on all their ships in the 80s. It's really smart. And I have no idea how the frick it works. Yep. You know what? I don't want to know. It's fine. It just works. Vito! You know what? Let's turn the radio back on. Vito! Mito, Vito, 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 Vito. $200 megabytes a second. On a good day, they just jack the rates to 95 a month. Bro, yeah, just get Starlink. Just get Starlink. They can get fricked. All right. Time to open up some car parts. Yeah, see, like, guys, I have a fiber connection because Massachusetts, so I don't need Starlink. But if I was anywhere else, yeah, I'd probably have it. All right, let's see what we got. We got a fender and a seat. Oh, dude, beige seat. All right. That matches the, Mito. We need a tan backrest and some tan seats, boy. What else do we get here? A singular rocker. Okay. I will put that with our spare engine part. Mito. What do we got here? LX dash, center clock, no tack, with radio delete. That's useless to me. So we'll just put that up there in my very special place where I put special things that aren't useless to me. Radiator hose. Nice. Okay, next box. Ready? Damn, dude, there was a lot in that one. All right, we got a manual pedal cluster. That's useful. I have a passenger side door with blue. I need the tan door card, dang it. Well, that's a tan door card, but it has the crappy mirror on it. Hey, Chaos, what's going on? Oh, dude. Tan passenger seat. All right. Nice. Do I have a... I don't have any other tan things. All right, cool. Lower control arm. Definitely need that. We just need one spring and another lower control arm, and we have all the front suspension. So a manual pedal cluster. I think I already have manual pedals in there, so that's spare. Are the car parts loot boxes? Yes, pretty much. That's a timing belt. Nice. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure I have a timing belt. I do have a brand new timing belt. We just need the crank pulley. So I'll put that right there for now. Or no, we have the crank pulley. We need the auxiliary pulley. That's a water pump pulley. Nice. I think I already have one of those. Yeah, we do. Oh, telefono. Come on.
Meidän likakaivo on ihan täynnä taas. Tules tyhjentämään se.
Money.
Heti.
Money. Center console. I think I have one of those already. Yeah, we do. All right, cool. Merry Christmas. Pooper's clogged. 47 Lamborghinis in my Lamborghini garage. That's an air cleaner. I don't even know if we have that already, but whatever. How do you know where the job is telling you to go? There'll be a dart. There's a dart on the dartboard that tells you where it is on the map. We're right here right now. We're in Keselimpera. That's where the garage is. Your apartment's right there in Periarfi. It'll put a dart on the map. You know what I like more than knowledge is this new Chorus Rivet here. It's fun to drive in the hills of Finland. No, it won't let you swap door cards, Nader, which is annoying. Door cards and mirrors. You know what Vitu means. It means pussy. I know what it means. I know. Mitu, 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 Vitu. Yeah. Yeah, you know Macbeth Foster, who could say pussy the most? No, actually, Macbeth Foster, he couldn't say meow 10 times. What do you mean? They don't give you a waypoint in a minimap? Nope. This game is God Ninja. What is this, the 1900s? Yes, this game takes place in 1999. So yes. Ready? What do we got in this one? Yeet. Oh, power brakes. Hell yeah. That's what I needed. Yeah, baby. That's going to be super useful. I'm putting that right there. Freaking power brake cylinder, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Another right front fender to join my 47 right front fenders in my right front fender account. We got one of the, a clutch cable. I think I already have 3 of these, but yeah, these eluded me before. Just put that on my pile of clutch cables. There's one of these terrible bumpers from Facelift that try to make it look stupid. Painted bumper. Mitu. Oh yeah, Chaos? Oh, I don't mess around, dude. What do we got here? I saw a spring. Center console, 4-speed manual. Another LX dash, thermostat housing, auxiliary shaft, 4.5-inch spring at 270 pounds. I think that's a rear spring, I think. Damn it. Most people just throw stuff in piles, yeah? This is junk. I think you need a transmission. Nah. I mean, maybe. Yeah, you might be right. Mito. I already have a thermostat housing. Mito. We must organize. All right, we got 3 more boxes. We need suspension parts. That's really what we need. There's an axle in there. What do we got? EB. Ooh, that's a 411. 411 posi, dude. That's a nice. Yeah, for right now, that's the axle that's going in the car. Yeah, baby. Oh, we needed a timing cover. That's a piston. I needed a timing cover. Hell yeah. Yeah, baby. Let's see if we can paint it furred blue. Yeah, baby. That's not Ford blue. It's too light to be Ford blue, but whatever. Yeah, baby. Probably shouldn't put this on considering there's no timing belt in there. And I might forget that there's no timing belt in there, and then, yeah, run the engine with no timing belt in there. So, yeah, probably, those aren't tangs. Actually, they're the right color. The Backoff toolkit is the right color. Just saying. I think it's supposed to be like Bacho or something. It's orange. So, fun fact, your boy's eyes don't work as well as they used to. Yeah, I thought that was a, very interesting bit of lore around my, me. This is a spare link. We got a passenger bucket. Yes, getting old. My only weakness. This is another crappy Dude, I've gotten every dash that we've gotten in this haul has been that dash exactly. So guess what? I'm gonna start putting them out here. We'll put all the crappy ones out here. At least that one has a factory clock. What's that, Phil? First Starship V3 has left the build site to begin pre-lunch testing. We love lunch. How many Cybertrucks can you fit in one picture? What's your favorite car color? Blue. No, red. I don't really have a favorite color for a car, Coltec. It depends on the car. Some cars look good in red, some cars don't. Eric, your back's sore from shoveling 41 inches of snow. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Oh, no, that's a 5-speed. Gotta go on the 5-speed pile. There we go. Yeah, baby. Looks like it's got a lump under the heat shield at the base of its nose cone. Starlink, maybe. Could be a cold gas thruster. Yeah, that's a good point. Has it got holes in it? It's hard to say. No, this Ship 39 does not have engines yet. There's no engines installed. The other side. Thoughts, predictions? I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work because it has to freaking work. Jeez. Those pictures are mint. Dude, that's so weird to me that I've walked right there. That's just peculiar. Man, that was over a year ago. Dial and Alex. All right, next crate. Got another one of these bumpers that are useless. They should scrap all these bumpers. We should bring these to Lope and throw them all in the trash because that's where they belong. It'll rid people of having to deal with these bumpers. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. We'll finish looking through our parts, but yeah, that's what we'll do. Dude. Yo, look. Factory speedo, factory tack, center gauges, defroster with the radio. That's our dashboard. Yep. Yep, that one's gonna go right there. Because that one has the radio. Nice. That's the dash that I wanted. Very nice. Mint. And we got a spare pre-facelift bumper. We'll keep the good bumper in here. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, these bumpers belong in the trash. Smith makes it look like a freaking Pinto or something. We'll just bring those to Fleetari and scrap all of them, so it's one less of these bumpers to in market circulation. What's the scrap value on the TV? Don't know, I haven't checked. Oh, that's a good grill. Keep that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we only keep the good parts here, okay? We only play 80s Joel, all right? Okay, last box. Good. Our last box of the day. There was not much in there. Automatic shifter. 4.5 270. Nice. We got 2 rear springs. 6.5 is too much for the 4.5. 5.5 inch 300. What do we got here? That's 6.5 234. That's a really springy spring. A springy spring. That springs springy. No, that's good. We just need a rear upper control arm, and then we have all the rear suspension. I need 1 lower control arm, and then we need a 5.5 spring at 300. Or what we could do is just mismatch the springs, bring it to Fleetari, and have him put the springs in. Ah. Air cleaner, we got an extra crank. Just need the aux sprocket, damn it, and then we can put that engine together. You know what? I already got an automatic shifter. Screw it. That one's going in the trash too. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with 2 air filters anyway, so you go in the trash too. Anything else we want to bring to Fleetari to throw in the trash? Those manifolds exhausts. The manifold exhausts I'm not doing anything with. These the long downpipe, those can go in the trash. See how one has a longer tube than the other? This one is for the exhaust manifold. This one's for the exhaust manifold, that one's for the exhaust headers. We're not putting the manifold on it. Moi! Are there any safety bumpers here? Yeah, safety bumpers can go in the trash. Those aren't helping anybody. Some of the gearboxes. I don't know. I like keeping them because transmissions are a wear item. Bumpers are not really. $47, almost full fatigue. Cold, almost dark. This is my life. Get out of my head. I mean, we're putting the 5-speed in, so I mean, maybe keep the keep one 4-speed. Keep one 4-speed and keep one automatic in case we ever wanted to do that. I don't know why, but how many gearboxes do I have? 10? Do I really not have any left-hand doors? These bumpers can go in the trash. I hate these things. They make it look like a freaking Lincoln or something. And it's not really. Well, not a Lincoln. It looks like a. I don't even know. Like an Oldsmobile or something. Okay, that's all the crappy stuff that I don't want. Sweet. All right.
Ei, en tarkoita raadonia eikä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta seteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa.
Scrap price is okay right now. It's kind of down a little bit.
Että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla. Muukalaismonet ylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaan ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi ilman
Yeah, Dominic, it's an SLX. Yep.
Tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen. seinälle käsin levitettävä aluminifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoisi näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat ED-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella
Extracting the blocko. Scrap price is kind of low right now, but didn't really want to burn one, but all right. Have you seen the UFOs? No, there's no UFOs. They're just airplanes. Este blocco. You can just leave that radio on. Not gonna drain the battery or anything. Este blocco. Ja bailo. It's fine, Fluffy.
Suojausmekanismi, joka toimii koko yön joka yö, ilman että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa.
We gotta wait a little while, so when we wake up, we catch Fleetari when he's open, so we can scrap all this stuff.
Kuvittele hetki, että
Okay. You know what? I know something else we can do. We can put the brake master cylinder in the car. That'll take some time. You were watching that. Spoiler alert, it blocks the aliens. Yo bailo. I don't even know if you hook up the pedals. I can't see anything anyway. Hang on, I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh, score. That's what I was waiting for, dudes. So, the rocker patch panels are coming for the Coronet tomorrow. Unfortunately, they're gonna come sometime during early hours. So I don't know. Maybe we go out in the shop tomorrow, before Flame Trench. You know. And if those patch rockers that I bought get here, then we can start fixing stuff. Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. We could put the fuel tank in the car too, and the radiator. Put the rad in there. Luizo, how you doing, man? I haven't talked to you in a little while. How's things? I cannot see. You know what? I'm not going to put it in there, because if I put it in there and I don't tighten the thing down, I'm going to forget that I didn't tighten it down, and yeah, then it'll fall out when we're driving. Don't want to do that. So for those who don't understand car terms, what are rocker panels? So, okay, well, in order to understand, okay, I'll just tell you what they are. So, you see this thing? It's hard to see it. Let me get the flashlight. I'll show you. There we go. Hello. So, see this thing under the door? This piece of metal right there? And then this piece right here. It's all that. That's called a rocker panel. I don't know what it's called in German, dude. I know what it's called in English. They're called rockers. Now, what does that do? Like, so, okay. Most cars, ramen is what they're called. They're called ramen in German. They're called, like, the noodle. We call them sills. Yeah, Nightmare. Yeah, it's still, I've heard them called sills before, yeah. So okay, so this car is a unibody car, just like Coronet is, right? Same idea. Meaning that the structure of the car is built into the body, right? So if you look at this chorus rivet, instead of like a frame, like an entire chassis that they put the body on, right? The chassis is made as a stamping, and then it's welded to the body. See that? See, there's a frame rail right there. That's a structurally integral piece to the car. But in a unibody design, right? In a unibody design, it is very important. The entire car carries the structure in some way, like with a body on chassis car, like an old American car from the 50s, with a body on chassis car, the doors are just there aesthetically. They're not, and like the body panels and the fins and everything, that's not there it's there to look nice. It has it's only aesthetics. It has only an aesthetic purpose. Now, when they started doing unibody cars, right? When the auto industry started doing unibody cars in the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, came up with the idea of making the chassis out of stamped steel and then welding it together, and then having the entire structure of the car having the entire body of or chassis of the car and body carry the structural load throughout the entire car. So in a unibody car, this quarter panel isn't there just to look nice. It's there to also carry some structure, carry some structural rigidity, I should say. So, no, not like the noodles. Yeah, I know, man. It was a joke. So, the reason why the automotive industry switched to a unibody design, it's cheaper to make. It's cheaper to make, and it's stronger. The reason why it's cheaper to make is because if you have a chassis and then you have the body on top of the car, the chassis has to be made out of super, super thick steel. With this, you can make your chassis out of stamped steel, so you can make it you can make it out of a steel stamping with a tool and die, right? And that means you can make it out of thinner metal, right? If overall all the metal on the car is a little bit thicker and your frame rails are a little bit thinner, right? And then you weld everything together, you can end up making something more structurally rigid. Fun fact, that's basically how most cars are made nowadays. It's just all stampings. And if you want more structure in one area, they just stamp 3 or 4 of the same panel and weld it together to make thicker steel. That's how modern car design works. That Mercedes does that, Audi does that, BMW does that, Dodge does that, Ford does that, everybody does that. So that brings me to the rocker. Now, if you look, the frame rail goes down underneath here, and it stops right there. You can see where it stops. There's a front suspension, the suspension trailing arm mounts up in here somewhere, and it connects. There's a connector piece that connects it to the rocker, this thing, right here. And in a unibody car, your rockers or your sills right here, or your ramen, whatever I think that's what you called them, those carry the structural integrity from the front to the back of the car. That is a structural component. It's not just there to look nice. So on the Coronet, for instance, mine were totally rusty. Mine are totally gone. Well, not totally rusty. I've cut out most of the rust, and I got new ones coming. New patch panels coming. It's not a total reproduction of the original stamping. So this piece, I have those. They should be coming tomorrow. This piece is a quintessential piece of structural integrity to the car. It connects the front and the back of the car structurally together. Mine even had a beer can in it. That's right. Mistook for the frame, Roman, but I get what you're trying to explain. It's some kind of stronger chassis parts. Yeah. It's also a truss bridge. Yeah, basically. I mean, that and the roof. The roof is structurally integral. And the A, B, and C pillars on a unibody car. Very, very, very important. Another thing to note here is that the Chorus Rivet is actually a sedan. Yeah, that's a sedan right there. I know a lot of people are going to be like, no, it's not. It's got 2 doors. 2 doors don't mean coupe or sedan. A sedan? What constitutes like a sedan in automotive nomenclature is a B-pillar. See that post right there? That's a B-pillar. If it has a post, it's what's called a post car, because it has the B-pillar, right? Sedan. That's actually a 2-door sedan, which is, I don't know, cool piece of trivia there. Yeah, 2 doors doesn't mean coupe. 4 doors doesn't necessarily mean sedan. There have been American cars that are 4-door, no post car, and that's technically a coupe. What car doesn't have a B-pillar nowadays? Not many. I don't think I can think of a car that doesn't have a B-pillar. What about a Tesla? The Teslas are sedans. They have a B-pillar. At least I think. Yeah, just some cool car facts, I guess. Just trying to burn some time. Mercedes C207.
Minä annan täältä tämän ensimmäisen vinkin, niin päästään pelissä alkuun. Eli kyseessä on eläin. Eläintä siis arvutellaan.
Yeah, that's a coupe. In the very, very literal sense of the term, that C-Class is absolutely a coupe. See? No B-pillar.
Sieltä otetaan ensimmäinen puhelu. Halo?
Nice.
Halo? Kukas siellä?
But, you know, I'll be 100% honest with you, and I mean this in an endearing way. The Germans would abide by the proper nomenclature, because if you don't have a name, what's the point of the naming convention if no one follows it? Yeah, see, no B pillar. That's just there's just an A and a C pillar. That's it. That's a coupe. That is a coupe in the most literal sense of the term.
Jotkut syövät, mutta sanoisin, että ei syödä yleisesti ottaen.
Now check this out.
Mikäs on sun veikkaus? Palokärki. Palokärki? No ei ollut palokärki tällä kertaa. No kiitos vaan soitosta ja arvauksesta ja sieltä sitten seuraava. Kukas siellä, mistä soitat?
Hey, you want to see something cool? In the 60s, Chevy had the Impala, right? That's a 63 Impala. That's not a sedan. That's not a sedan. No B-pillar. Even though it has 4 doors, that's not a sedan. That is a 4-door no post car. It's not technically a coupe, but you could call it that if you abide by the nomenclature. And then so they made that, and then Chevy has the 4-door post car, which is actually a sedan by definition, right? If you look at the same car that has the post design, that's technically a sedan. See how that one has the post and the other one doesn't? But it's the same car. Pretty cool, huh? Little cool stuff like that. See? Same car, same doors. Actually, I think that's a 62, but you get the idea. Pretty neat, right? It was easier to define the difference between a coupe and a sedan before. Yep. Yeah, nobody follows that naming convention anymore. But and then the crazy thing is, right? In 63 of the Impala, you can have a 2-door post car. You can have a 2-door sedan. And then you could also have a 2-door coupe Impala post car with no B-pillar. Get this, dudes. In 63, you could get a convertible 4-door. Think about that for a second. When's the last time you saw a convertible with 4 doors? Pretty cool. The reason why they were able to get away with that is because the Impala's body on chassis. It's not a unibody design. So it has a chassis, like I said, and there's a body on top of that. So the body can be used for structure for the doors, and the chassis is good for rigidity, so you could get away with making a convertible with 4 doors. Is that an actual pillar or just a guide for the windows? On the post car, Fluffy, it's like this. There's an actual structural piece like mine. Mine's a post car, right? Mine's a post car. On cars that aren't a post car, right? It's just the glass has a track that the door can go up in. We got to go back. Yep. We have to go back. Yeah, man. That'd be cool. 4 doors more. Girls. Yep. So Dominic, I have a 4-door. My car's a 4-door, and I don't care that it's a 4-door. I really don't, because if the truth be told, that engine technology has improved a lot since the 60s. If you can't figure out a way to make that 4-door go faster than a coupe, you've failed as a technologist, right? Like, dude, that thing will go faster than a Hemi Charger from 69 from the factory. To the point where it's going to be borderline sketch. We got to reinforce the chassis. We're going to have to reinforce a lot of that. 454 big block. Well, hey, it's a Mopar. It needs a 440, okay? 440 big block. But yeah, no. I got a 5.7 Hemi for it, dude. Almost time to go to sleep. Dude, we got the good, yeah, we got the good dash right there. Oh, yes. You gonna put a blower on it? Maybe eventually, dude. Yeah, a low-profile supercharger on it would be really nice. Pilot, I mean, I don't know, call me a little bit of a traditionalist, dude, but I think 400 horsepower is more than enough for a car like that. That's more than enough to have fun. I mean, dude, that thing was 700 horsepower. I'm gonna park it up a tree. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's no, I don't need that. How's your week going? It's all right, Clayton. Didn't you already ask me that today? You know, that thing with 400 horse is more than enough. And if you can't make 400 horsepower out of a Gen 3 Hemi, you're doing something wrong. 400 zeros is what I'm going. How's your week going? It's fine, Viking. Man, what the hell is that? Frickin'... That was a huge bug. Where the hell did that come from? Brother, you gotta be kidding me. Did you see it? It was frickin' huge. Where did it go? They're in the walls. Four in the frickin' morning. We'll have to shower every once in a while. Should have installed the extraterrestre blocko. Oh yeah, Buddha! All right, let's just make our way to Futari. Screw it. Moon. Bug snuck out of Factorio. Actually, speaking of that, let's drop these parts off, and then I think I might switch over to Factorio because I have to stop work at 10 tonight. So I said I'd get both games in today, so that's what we're gonna do.
Discovery, go and drop
Man, 82-month resub. I'll never forget the look of the cashier's face when she scanned a packet of bird seed, and I asked her, how long does it take for the birds to grow once I planted them? Alright. 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 The invasion has begun. What's up, Eptal? How you doing, man? I fell asleep with the Invicta playthrough on. I still don't really understand what's going on in that game, but it kind of looks like a game that I might enjoy, you know? Like, guys, Eptal's playing Terra Invicta right now, which looks pretty cool, but I'm like, I was watching, I don't know what to do with my hands. You know? Not many understand what's going on in that game, so you're on alone, me included. Alright, cool. Just as long as we're on the same page. If you like hearts, I think there's a pretty good chance you'd like Terra Invicta. Not as much ground battle stuff, but everything else. Or keeping an eye out for that damn bug again, dude. That thing is freaking huge. Zed, we have a bug. How far are you in this life? This is part 5, that's how, I don't know, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks in game. I almost got the car assembled, but what the heck's going on up here? Possibly. Said I could be Agent M. Couple weeks in, got the car, so don't need to brag, man. It's making me look bad. You know, yeah, but I don't think so, man. Like, I have like 2,000 hours in this summer car. You know, you have not nearly as much, right? Like, I should be doing a rally race right now, but I died because I'm an idiot. In my attempt number 3, we got like 20 parts deep. It was like attempt 3, part 20. We're on attempt 4, part 5 now. Almost a Lope. I don't know, Caretaker. Just a random thought. Would Jared be able to hold Bill Nelson accountable for any of the Starliner stuff, considering that he was the NASA administrator during that failed crew mission? If he did, Rarest, I think he can, but if he did, it would be unprecedented, dude. Like, no one's ever done that. He'll be open in a second. Sorry, I'm just burning time. We gotta wait till he's open. He opens up at 8. Saving the outhouse. It's a good idea. Remember your coveralls this time? Yep. Yeah, that burned a little bit of time. We got the taxi money. It wasn't much, dude. Bit. Oh, he's open. He's open?
Terve, terve! Mikä oli pojalla mielessä?
Pojalla mielessä. Yeah, that's a nice car. Alright, let's throw these crappy facelift Malaise bumpers in the trash where they belong. I think that's everything. Oh yeah, the automatic shifter, get rid of that. Some glitches after that update, yeah. Oh, ho ho, $130. All right. Let's get the frick out of here. Did you pick up that card and recycle it for money? What do you mean, Spaceball? No, you could do that in the first game. You could find junk cars and bring them to Fleetari for cash. You can't do that in this game, as far as I can tell. All the junks are sitting outside of his shop. Yeah, no, right. Sorry, I'm just watching the road, guys. Not really much to commentate here. I don't need Cousin flying out. There's the ski slopes over there. Just don't need Cousin flying down the road and hitting me. That's what I was looking out for. Luckily, he spun off the road. I was thinking about maybe using the tractor to get him out, but he can get forked. Get it? What's up, Chow Dubs? How you doing? I'm doing just fine. All well is frozen water over here. Can you scrap the pickup? I don't know. That'd be kind of funny. Why does the radio just randomly turn off? Dude, man, I wish I had been here when you shed a single tear when you received those tools. Dude, I still can't believe that happened. Like, I'm just... Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty damn cool, dude. Man, that alarm's loud. How's the search for more parts going? It's good. I got a couple of parts that I didn't have today. Actually, speaking of that, I think this is a good time to stop part 5. That's good. Yeah, there's just not a lot of action in Winter Car right now just because I'm trying to get all these damn parts, you know? But yeah, I think we'll stop part 5 right there. That's a good place to stop. And we'll switch over to Factorio here. So I hope you enjoyed part 5, guys. On YouTube, I'm going to jog the VOD. You guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD, and we will switch to Factorio. So yeah, on Twitch, just momentary loss of signal. I'll be right back.